welcome back to the stream. It's been a while. So, what have I been working on in the past month, and why haven't I been streaming? Well, I took some time to learn about a fantastic little thing called Ember, which is a single-page application framework in JavaScript. And I also spent some time figuring out how to make this work with Azure Functions in a way that's pretty neat, I think. So I wanted to share this and kind of create a really simple. Hi Thomas, you're actually here when I'm streaming. That's awesome, actually. So yeah, I wanted to kind of cover how to create this. So what I've kind of come up with is a way to make a single page application running in Azure Functions that is that is completely self-contained. So everything lives in the Azure Functions. There's a couple of guides out there of how to create a single page application using like Azure Storage as where you store your SBA code, and then Azure Functions to kind of proxy to that. I wanted to do something a little more baller. I wanted to basically have the API in Azure Functions and the yeah, I'm never going to finish my slides for the PS Summit either. It's impossible at this point. the So basically this application that I want to kind of show off and how to do it is going to have everything all in one. So everything lives in the Azure Functions. The API layer lives in the Azure Functions. The SPA lives in the Azure Functions. And I think it's going to be kind of neat. It's a fun little thing to show off here. So anyways, what we're going to be using as our front end for this is Ember. So Ember is an SPA framework in JavaScript for basically, creating front ends for things. It's kind of neat. It has the whole like controller model view type scenario that some of you with other web frameworks will be familiar with. So it's kind of easy to work with. I also chose this one because LinkedIn uses Ember pretty heavily in their production side of things, so I figured it'd be worthwhile to learn some of the technology that we're actually using on the side of the house that I don't really have a whole lot of dealings with, but why not? So to get us started off, I'm going to create a new repository for this to share publicly, and I'm just going to call it Azure Functions SPA. That works. And I'm not going to put a description. I'm going to go ahead and add a .NET Visual Studio rather, git ignore, and a license of MIT so everyone can freely use this. So I've got this created now. We're going to switch over to Bash quick and git clone. Paste that in there. All right, so now we've got our kind of starting point set up. Azure Functions. Nope. There we go. And we can switch over to VS Code and open this folder. It's kind of cool that you can't see the file selector when it's open. I don't know if that's cool or not, but it seems cool to me. GitHub, Azure Functions, SPA. All right. So we're in here. One thing that I've done already is I've installed the Ember CLI, and the instructions for doing that are on the Ember website. So it's not too difficult to do. But before I even do that, I'm I'm going to get our singular code instead of code insiders. uh, yeah, I don't have time for my code environment to be broken all the time. Sorry, insiders. I gave it a shot. I was not happy with the stability of insiders, so maybe it's gotten better. Uh, but yeah, I decided to stick with regular code. Um, So before we do this, there's a couple of things that we need to know about the architecture of this application. So it's going to be an Azure Functions app. That means that we need some Azure Functions running this. It also means that we need a service principal, an Azure AD. We're going to need a Ember front end, and we're going to use a C# backend on the API. And kind of to glue this all together before we get started with the coding pieces of it, we're going to get the underlying infrastructure up and running. So I'm going to create a new folder in here called config. And I'm going to copy some files in it that I've already kind of done some pre-work on so that we don't have to spend too much time from scratch. So I basically got an Azure Deploy parameters JSON here and an Azure Deploy JSON. And in my previous streams where I set up Azure Functions, I've kind of done them manually first and then come back later and tried to do the infrastructure as code. So I've learned my lesson. Start with infrastructure as code. It makes your life much easier. So I'm going to deploy this kind of with this, but I need to update some of the parameters first. The only difference between this and what I've done before in my previous ones is that, let me find this section here. Is it a separate resource? It is. So this resource right here, I've added for auth settings. It is a config for the function, and it's going to set some authentication up. Basically, we're going to use the easy authentication on Azure Functions, which is kind of a new feature, which is kind of cool, to allow us to authenticate to other Azure AD related stuff. So this example, I'm going to basically create a very simple me application. So it's going to show, like if you're familiar with Microsoft Graph, the me endpoint shows information about yourself. So we're going to start there. Thanks, Stoneboy7. Happy weekend to you as well. So the easy auth is going to take care of our authentication layer for us, which is great. I'm new to the whole JavaScript world, so trying to figure out how to work with authentication in JavaScript was looking very daunting. I was having a lot of hard time with it. There's no information about how to integrate like Azure AD and Ember, at least none that was really easy to parse. I know there's a couple of like add-ons out there for Ember to make it easy, but I was really struggling with that. I was like, what if I hosted Ember behind Azure Functions and took care of Azure Functions like easy auth feature to do that? So this piece of the infrastructure will basically deploy the config for the easy auth, turn it on, and cause it to use our Azure AD tenant and an application that we're going to have to create. So other than that, it's kind of simple. I've also got some somewhat irrelevant application settings. We might get further into this, we might not, we'll see. But the most important thing to us is the function name. So I'm going to create a new function name for this. I'm going to do it mech SPAAF. I kind of like this because it's a single page application as F word, right? So that's good stuff. So we're going to use that. Location West US 2 because I'm in the Sunnyvale area, which is Bay Area, and that's the closest region for me. This client ID, we'll get to that in a second, and the client secret. We're going to have to create a key vault, and these secure um, uh, references are going to reference a key vault that we're going to create that's going to store client ID and secret. So before we can set up the actual Azure pieces, we have to set up this service account and a key vault to store our secrets in first. So we're going to switch over to Firefox. We're going to go here. We're going to create a new resource group called, actually, no, it's going to be faster just to create a new key vault. So we're going to call this key vault MEK SPAAF KV. And we're going to use the same name for the new resource group we're going to create for it. Standard tier works for us because we're not doing anything super critical with this. I've already got myself added as a principal, so we're good there. We'll have to add what we end up doing our deployments with on this, but all networks can access is fine. So we're going to approve this, create it. All right, while that's creating, we're going to also create a new application in Azure AD. I tried doing some of this by command line before, and the results were a little disastrous. So you can, with the AZ module, you can create some of this, but you can't do some of the settings that we need to do actually. So I chose to do this in the console for demonstration purposes, so I'm not fighting with a lack of feature parity in command line at the moment. So we're going to do a new app registration. We're going to call it MEKSPAAF. It's a web API type. Sign on URL. So this should be, if I'm looking at one of the other ones, let me open this up here. Look at one of the applications that I've set up already and use that as a guideline for this. But I think it's the, it's not this one. Labs. Test 2. When manifest. Strange Halio? Is that it? Strong Halio? Thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. So the login page, let me see, it should be in here somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's just the it's this with the right function name in front of it. Strongholio. Let's go here. So MEK SPAAF. If you're wondering why I'm using MEK, so my name is Mark E. Kraus, so I use MEK in a lot of my stuff. But I think this is the right one. I can look at the manifest after the fact and see. All right, yeah, that's what we want. So looking at the manifest, there's not a lot in it. What we do need to do for this is we need to add a reply URL. If I look at this one, I look at settings, I look at reply URLs, I need this callback formatted one. Let's go in here and change this. This should be MEKSPA AF, Azure Websites, auth login, callback. So Easy Auth on Azure Functions has a callback thing. And if you create an Azure function and you were to turn on the Easy Auth through the GUI, it would provide all this for you. Again, I'm going to try to start with infrastructure as code first instead of starting with the console for the underlying pieces, but I have to create the application piece first before I can do the infrastructure as code. I'm going to add myself as an owner after I cancel save that first. Add myself as an owner just because it makes it easier to spot in the, let's see which one of these, there we go. Also, I did find out at my work here, the Azure tenant that I'm using right now is tied to my LinkedIn full-time employee benefit, which is a Microsoft full-time employee benefit. And as far as everyone can tell, it's for personal development and not work-related stuff. So I'm using it for the right thing, and work doesn't own any of this stuff, so that's good. If anyone was wondering why I switched to using my own tenant here. So now that we've added myself as an owner, just to make it easier, I need to add some required permissions. Windows Active Directory is going to be good. Let me see if there's anything else. Select an API, Microsoft Graph, select, and we want to read users' full profiles. Not all. Is it read? Let's see. What's it look like for the other one? It's a good way to cheat. Oh, it's just using the Windows Azure Active Directory. Never mind. Don't need that one then. All right. Select a different API. Just in case I do get enough time to go through it, I'm going to add the Azure DevOps API in here, which only has one permission available, which is basically delegated permissions. That means user impersonation, basically. Done. So those permissions are added there. I'm going to go ahead and do the admin grant on this here. That will save us some time later. So keys, I need to create a new secret. So you guys can look at VS Code while I'm getting a secret out of here. Duration, 2 years, and save. All right, copying the secret off somewhere so I can then switch back on the screen. All right, so if we look in here now, I've got a secret stored for this, and we'll be able to use that. So the next thing that we need to do is actually enter in this client ID and secret into the key vault that we created while we were doing this, and should be ready now. So if I go into the resource groups and go into the key vault that I created for this, go in here, secrets, generator imports, manual secret name. So we're going to use client ID as the client ID secret. Not that it's really a secret, but I just prefer to store both of them inside the key vaults, so it's easier to know that they're together. And then text plain is the content type, not that this actually needs to be entered either. So do that. We need to also create a client secret key, which will have the client secret value. This too is plain text. Great. All right, so we've created an application that's going to be used by EasyAuth to do its Azure AD authentication. We've given it access to the Graph API, which was already included by default, and to Azure DevOps in case we get that far in this sequence. So now that we've got this, we need to update our infrastructure as code before we deploy it. So we're going to go to VS Code now. And I'm going to update this with mech SPA AF KV. Place all. And Control H, place these. So basically what this is the full path to the full ID name to the key vault that we just created. Since the previous one that I did is in the same subscription, I don't need to update this. But that way we're pulling our client ID and client secret out of that, and that's required to be passed in for the infrastructure for easy authentication. So I'll just go through a couple of other things in the settings here. Debug enabled. I turned on, inside the code that I'm going to be using for this, there is a ability to debug the code, which will also print secrets to the log if you really need to go that deep. But we're going to leave that as false. Static files path, there is a piece of the API which we'll call the static file server, which all the SPA related files will be served from Azure Functions. And it's going to be stored in a folder called www. Then there's also the default page. So Ember creates an index.html, but maybe we wanted to use a different SPA, so I made this flexible. And you can update that, and that'll be consumed inside the application as well. The ASDO API version, ASDO default org name, and ASDO default org ID are related to Azure DevOps related access, and if we get that far, that's awesome. If not, I don't want to waste too much time on that now. So I've got this set, so this should be all I need to get up and running with a new thing. So I'm going to go ahead and stage this and say add IAC, commit it, push it up. I'm going to switch over to Firefox here just to make sure that our changes have been pushed up here. They have. So I also need to create a Azure DevOps pipeline for this. So I'm using this GitHub because it's easier for everyone to work with than it is for Azure DevOps repos. So we're going to try this. I have not actually set one of these up before, so this is going to be a bit of learning on the air. That should be fun for everyone. I know it's going to be fun for me, but I have never actually set a pipeline up from a GitHub repo in Azure DevOps. So brace for impact, everyone. So we're going to go dev.azure.com/Marky Kraus, where is my primary fun time for this. And we're going to create a new project for this. We're going to call it the same thing, Azure Functions SPA. And did I do any typos? No, doesn't look like it. Azure. What's wrong with Azure? Oh, it's let's crap on clouds, man. That's like that's the cool thing, right? Like that's what all the cool kids do. It's like I work in an Azure shop, therefore your Google Cloud shop is terrible, right? All right, so we're going to create a new build pipeline from this GitHub repo. I'm probably going to have to integrate this. That's going to be tough because I don't think that I've ever signed in with this. I don't know if it'll take over AWS so much as provide certain things that AWS isn't even caring about or doesn't want to care about, and I think that's totally fine. All right. Bear with me one moment while I authenticate. I'm going to switch over to this so you guys can stare at that screen while I'm logging in here. And like a good netizen, I need to do my authentication code for this. And then we'll be back on the same page. All right, so we're gonna choose our new repository that we did here. Install your personal token. Only select repositories. We'll do that for now. Security. All right. Why is it choosing Thomas's organization? Oh, fantastic. This is what we get for trying to do this live. No. That is not what I wanted at all. Let's go to yeah, dev dot Krause. Oh no. Alright. This got weird when I started adding in the other organizations into it. Let's try this again. GitHub. There we go. Starter pipeline. No. How about, is there an option on here to like not have anything? Because that would be great. All right. Whatever. How about I don't do a YAML based one? Is that not possible? Doesn't look like it is. Let's try this again. Pipelines. No YAML on this one. Oh God. I mean, I could. All right, you know, say la vie. All right, let's do it. We'll do a YAML based one. Why not? Leave. Just I'm going to be doing a lot of looking at a reference on it to set these up. No YAML. All right. Corey and Thomas, you guys duke it out, and whoever wins will. No, just kidding. I just want. Normal designer based one. You're not going to let me do that. Whatever. And I don't even want to run it. I just want to save it. That's so bad. Why is it like this? All right, let's see. Is that a new build pipeline? Use the visual designer. There we go. This will be better. Uh, so many things. All right. Yeah, I give up on this. I just don't want to waste time on the build pipeline. No one cares about the build pipeline. Like, and the YAML, if you want to get it, I'll show it at the end, and we can switch over. Continue. All right. Start with an empty job. There we go. We're going to call this build. It's going to run on hosted VS 2017 because we don't actually care. All this can be good. So what we're going to do in the build is we're going to copy some files. So the source folder for this is going to be config, and the target folder is going to be something else. So let me open up this another tag here. I'm being really lazy and I don't want to go and get this, so I'm just going to copy this from another build that I have. Yeah. Yeah, so when you have like a they call that like if you're using your Gmail account as a Microsoft account and you log in and you attach one of your Azure DevOps instances to an Azure AD that then has that as either a member or guest account of the Azure AD instance, when you log into Azure DevOps, you now no longer see all of the other organizations that that account is associated with. So if I want to access Thomas's Azure DevOps with my normal, with my same user account, I have to like trick it by like opening up in a new container tab or something like that and log directly into his Azure DevOps instance. And then I can finally see all the other ones that are open. It's so weird. Yeah, it's so let me back up. So this Azure DevOps tenant that I have here, Marky Kraus, I attached it to the Azure AD that I'm doing this with because it has to be part of Azure AD in order to for the API calls to work. So when I did that, then now when I log in with my Gmail account, which had access to this and to Thomas's and like a couple of other organizations, now it's like when I log in, it's a 50-50 chance that I'll either only be able to see this organization or all the others. So it's really weird. I don't know. It's partially on me for using the same account for all of this. That's probably not good practice or something. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy the config files. So I'm going to copy the config files that are in the source, if I spell copy right. And they're going to be copied to the artifact staging directory. And then I'm going to add another thing here to publish pipeline artifact. I think that's the new one that they want you to use for everything. Drop publish path is going to be here. And this should be good. We're going to do this just for good measure. So basically, we're going to create a drop artifact that has the config files in it. And we'll see why that's important in a bit. So this build is going to run. It's going to be a really quick build, hopefully, because all it's doing is copying files and uploading them to the build artifact. It's checking out the files, and then it's going to copy the files, and then there is nothing. That's not good. What did I do wrong? Oh, copied them. Oh, it doesn't like that. All right, fine. Guess globbing isn't cool for this one. Whatevs. Preview? What? Get that noise out of here. Move that. What's the other one? There's a better one then. I don't like using preview tasks. Really? Publish build artifacts. There we go. There we go. Drop. Path to publish. So this already has it all good. So the defaults are good on this one. Let's try this. I'm pretty notorious for not wanting to do preview things. Been burned by them quite a bit, so I tend to stay away from them, which is why I'm not on code preview and why I'm not on using this preview task. But we'll see. It's connecting. There we go. Yeah. So I'm all about that, right? Like, and we do that. We test against the preview features, but in production, no. And everyone can hate me for it, but I don't want my SLA tied to preview failures. That's pretty bad. So that build succeeded. You know, it creates an artifact that's basically got a config folder in it that's got the files in there. So the reason why we did this way is that we're going to separate build and release, and as part of the release phase, we're going to release the Azure side of things. We'll probably need to create a new thing for this. So I'm going to start out here, add artifacts, SPA build version latest. I don't know why it puts an underscore in front of it. That's kind of annoying in my opinion. We're going to turn on continuous integration for this, but we're going to make sure that it only runs off of master. And we're going to rename this as Azure Functions SPA Release. So I'm paranoid, so I like to put in artifact filter here as well to make sure that this is also on master. And we can go into the job details now. We're going to rename this as production because we only ever deploy directly to production for this anyways. Yeah. Did I misspell functions? That's awesome. Thanks. Thanks, lucky number 7, S7 Evan. Anyways, functions, SPA release. All right, that's better. Anything else I screw up in there? Oh, release. All right, release. All right. All right, there. Thanks, Thomas. Good times. Prepare yourselves. There will be many more misspellings. And Azure. Did I misspell Azure in there? No, I didn't misspell Azure in there. Did I spell anything right on there? Okay, let's start with that. Thanks, Thomas. All right, agent jobs. So right now we're only going to have one, and that's Azure. So deploy Azure. I call this in the other one. It's easier to cheat. Yeah. Misspelling my own name is not uncommon. That there's an entire like 4 hours out there of me troubleshooting why something's not working, and it's because I misspelled my own damn name. So look forward to that. It's good times. Should set up some kind of like bounty, and every time a typo is found, I donate or something like that. We'll have to figure something out for that. That'll be good fun. I'll be making some organization much better off, that's for sure. I do it hourly and maybe minutely. Daily is good though. Misspelling daily is probably good. You don't know my life, strong Holio. No, just kidding. Yeah, I probably don't. I probably would go broke very fast. But I might either go broke or actually learn how to type properly. Um, so we'll see. Either way, it's win-win situation for whatever charity we pick for that then. So I'm going to look at one of these previous releases I did to figure out what that task is called, because it's Azure deployment. Azure scale, Azure resource group deployment add. All right. What is that? Salt. I don't know. I'm so terrible with this whole Twitch thing, you know. As many hours as I've streamed, I should probably know more about it, right? Like, I don't even know what's going on. It's the reason for IntelliSense. I guess so. Azure subscriptions. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Authorize. Authorizing is taking a long time. There we go. I tried this before, scoping it to the resource group, and there's some problems with it. I don't want to bore everyone with the details of how to fix that. It takes a lot, but essentially, like, since I'm going to be pulling some secrets out of a... Ooh, this is a good thing. So one thing I need to do right quick while I'm thinking about this on the secrets here. It's access policy, show advance. I need to turn this on for template deployment. When I originally scoped this to the resource group, it then couldn't access this key vault to actually pull in secrets, and I had to create like a separate role and all kinds of stuff. So for now, I'm just going to scope this at that. Just know that if you're going to do this in a production environment, you should be scoping as low as possible and setting up the granular permissions you need to everything. For now, I'm just going to create an Azure subscription level thing. So create a resource group. We're going to call this MEXSPA-AF. Location is going to be West US 2, since it's all the way at the bottom. No, it's not. There it is. Last time it was all the way at the bottom. Template location is going to be linked to artifact. All right. Drop config. This is the template that we're going to use. The parameters file is going to be right in here. We're not going to override anything in here. Incremental is fine for now. We're not doing anything that complete would screw up, but let's see, enable prerequisites. Nope. VM for WinRM. Nope. Deployment name is going to call it Azure SPA release. This will prepend the deployment name. Deployment options, I'm not gonna, deployment outputs. Yeah, we're gonna save this as Azure output. I think that's what I've been calling it on my previous projects. And control, no. Output variables, no. Okay. It's very weird that like the Azure deployment task has deployment outputs, which creates an output variable instead of using the output variable thing that most other tasks do. It's kind of strange. Anyways, we'll save this. And then we're gonna do a new release. We're gonna do it from the most recent one we did. And hopefully this will deploy our Azure functions for us and get the underlying infrastructure good to go. I'm going to cheat a little bit and try to find this application that I added and add it as a secret. Azure here. You're not going to show all of them, are you? Okay, maybe it will. So if I'm lucky, yes, this will be the right one. So when you create that association, it creates an application and a service principal and the Azure AD, and it usually has the format of the Azure AD tenant, the project name, and then some kind of thing. I think that this is the ID of either the application or the repository that it adds on there. Anyways, I need to add secret permissions. I need to be able to get list on it and save that. Otherwise, our deployment will fail and I might not have got to it in time, but we'll see. I think maybe I managed to get that in time. So it's waiting for agent. Sometimes waiting for agent means refresh the page. It's actually running and you're not getting outputs. And while that's going on too, oh, here we go. XPath, resource group, XPath. Let's see what this is complaining about. Resource, XPath under group XPath was not found. So Let's look at the let's look at what it deployed here. If it deployed anything at all. Ooh. Have to save. It's always a bummer there. You add it and then it's like, oh, Mixpath, it should be there. Let's try redeploying there. If I go to the release, this is the wrong one. Go here and deploy it again. The site should be there. It's saying that this resource right here doesn't exist, and it's definitely there. So, and it's saying that wasn't under this resource group, and that's definitely there. So we'll try releasing again. And just very quickly, since that did fail, I'm going to try looking at VS Code here and looking at the parameters file I did and just double check that I have this right. Mexba, vaults, that looks good. Mexbuff, client secret, client ID, those should be good. And just like I predicted, rerunning the deployment worked again, worked fine, so that's a common. I don't know why, like, I never get lucky, and the first time I'm deploying fresh resources it works. It's like, always need to do that. Anyways, so this is what it deployed. It deployed a app insights, Azure functions, and all this. And if we look in the Azure functions, we'll see that there's no functions defined, there's no proxies defined, but we'll look at a platform feature here. Authentication and authorization, it's on and it's set to use Azure Active Directory already. So it's configured, it's set in advanced mode. If we look at that, it should have, oh, for crying out loud. All right. Dear Azure, please do not show client secrets in plain text. Anyways, so we'll scrub that later. That's going to be fun. And that's going to be a nice pull request. Maybe I can ping somebody internally about that, because that's just bad juju. We shouldn't do that. All right. But anyways, I wanted to show that the easy authentication is turned on. If you're not familiar with it, if you have Azure Functions, you can come in here and you could do this manually. You could, in the portal, you could click this on, choose login from Azure Active Directory, click this. It would automatically set up the service principal for you, give it the right permissions that it needs. And then you also want to make sure token store is turned on, otherwise a lot of other things get useless. There's not a lot of really good documentation on the easy auth stuff. And that's where I'm thinking that people watching this will probably get a lot of value, because I did a lot of the painful investigation work for you without much documentation to go on. But now our Azure resources are deployed. We've got kind of the baseline ready for us to do what we need to do to move forward on coding this. So we're going to switch over to VS Code now, and we're going to create a source folder, not under config, but under the top level. And underneath it, we're also going to create an API folder, and what are you doing? That's weird. And a client folder. So API is going to store our Azure Functions application, and client's going to store our front end. So let's start with our API side here. We're going to probably have to go into it directly. We'll see. Yeah, we're going to close this folder, and then we're going to open up that API folder directly. Stove functions, SPA, source, API. The reason for that is that we're going to use the Azure Functions plugin to create a new functions project there. It's going to take a little bit to load this up, and while that's loading up, I am going to open up some code in the background. Sign into Azure, huh? That's going to be fun. We're just going to create this in here. Yes, we're going to initialize an app. It's going to be C# v2 runtime. And we're going to create an HTTP trigger. And we're going to call this static file server. And we're going to call this Mark E. Krause dot mech spa f. We're going to use anonymous. So when you use the easy authentication, Azure Functions takes care of the authentication for you. So you actually don't need to turn on any function level authentication or anything like that. I'm not going to be using the functions here, but I do need to sign in. Let's see. It's weird that it's not signed in already. Reopen a new container. There we go. Let's try that. See if that worked. Looks like it did. Okay. So if we look at Azure Functions, we can see that mech-spa function here, and most that we'll be doing with this is doing start streaming logs, if anything. But what this function that we're going to be working on here is a static file server. We're going to be using it to serve up our SPA. It's going to be the first function that we write on the API side as kind of a way to serve up the files. So let me get the code for this here. So one thing that I want to do first is in here, I like to group my functions together in a folder instead of in the top level. And that's because I tend to get a lot of CSS stuff. There's going to be models, there's going to be view, there's going to be a couple of models, there's going to be some utilities. So I like to group those together so that the models live together, functions live together, and all of that. I think this is kind of a better design. And if you kind of look at the way that the function folder layout looks like when it's published, it kind of creates subfolders anyways, so I don't know why it creates a top level for this to begin with, but let me... So this is the code that we're going to be using. So I'm going to copy that in to this one. There's quite a bit going on here. What's this? All right, I need to open up the console on this. View terminal. .NET restore. And then also do a Control-Shift-P and restart OmniSharp. So that's better. Instead of this is going to be mix spa F. Do this there here. So there's also another piece of code that we're going to copy in, but I'll go through this a little bit first. So what's going on in here is the static file server function is going to serve up files from basically the www folder that's going to contain our SPA in it, which is going to be the Ember app. So we're going to accept a get or post, and that's just kind of a precaution. Really gets the only thing that ever happens here. Route is null, so it's going to take the default route for this, which is going to be static file server. I'm taking in the, I'm not taking anything on this, but let's see, there should be more. Why is there not more to this? Let's see, let me look at this one. My logger request, no, it's fine. All right, so we're gonna get a file path, and we're basically gonna return the contents of that file, and then if it's not, we're going to return not found. And there's going to be some other stuff that we need to do to make that happen, but the gist of it is that instead of using the proxy function to an Azure storage backend, we're going to use the proxy, the Azure function itself to store it up directly. And we get a performance boost out of this. My test on the speeds of using Azure Functions proxy to the storage versus using this were that, like, I got orders of magnitude faster performance, faster page load times going directly from Azure Functions, which is why I chose this model. And since like SPAs tend to be kind of small, at least for what I'm doing here, it's not too bad of a problem. You also get some benefits in that there's not a double warm-up, so even though Azure storage is fairly quick on a first access to storage, you still suffer a slight warm-up period for the static site if you're going to use static sites on Azure storage. So it's not exactly instant access all the time. And when you're dealing with Azure Functions then having to warm up, and then Azure Storage having to warm up, you start to expand this warm-up time that's kind of a performance hit for the first person who accesses your site. So this way, you're only suffering the initial Azure Functions warm-up time on the consumption plan and not having to worry about it. And if you were doing a dedicated plan, then you wouldn't even have to worry about startup times at all if you're using just pure Azure Functions. Whereas if you're using the storage on the back end, your Azure Function is going to be online waiting, but it has to ping out to the Azure Storage, and the Azure Storage has to do its very quick warm-up, but it's still a hit. And every second counts when it comes to UI, right? So we want a really fast, responsive UI. And I think that this is kind of the best experience. There was a good blog post where I kind of stole this from and modified it. And I even kept the same name, static file server is what they called the function in that blog post. And if you're looking for how to do this on a more basic level, there you can go there. But for here, there's another piece of code that we need to add. So I need to add a utilities folder here. And I need to open up another piece of code from the other project. So we're going to add this utilities CS in here. And particularly what this gives us is some debug information. So we're going to use this statically in the project. Control S, close out this one. And spa utilities. Copy this name here. And get rid of this. All right. So in here, we're going to statically use this this class utilities. And there's a couple of things that we get out of this class. And one thing that I've added is a debug log, which will only log if debug mode is turned on. So is debug mode kind of passes that environment variable. So if you remember looking at the config here, I don't have it open because we're at the API level, but there was a debug enabled setting in the Azure config, and if that's true, this will turn on debug mode. So we've got some logic in here to parse that string, see if it's true, and if it is, then we turn true or false. And then if it is, then it does this. So you can basically add a debug log method directly in the source code somewhere, and it will automatically only log if debug mode is enabled, that kind of stuff. The rest of it is get script path, which kind of looks at the it returns basically the home directory and site www root, which is where the files live when it's live in the Azure functions. And then we do some work here, like is in directory is going to tell us if the file that's been passed into the function is actually a child of that of the www directory that we do. Which down here, get default page, we had a setting said index.html is what we set in the Azure parameters. And so this will basically pull in that environment variable and get that. If not set, it sets to index.html. So I've set some kind of defaults here. And this get static files path is the www, which we also set statically in our Azure parameters. And then kind of the juice of this is a get file path, which is going out and finding the exact file path of the file provided. So what happens is when you call static file server, you give it a file parameter, and so right here, file query parameter, and it'll be something like / or / index.html or something like that. And this will find the full path of that file and return that. And then if the file doesn't exist or whatever, we're going to get the default page and turn that. So basically, this will allow us that our routes, which in an SPA, like let's say that you create a route of user, right? So in that, you would be going to like mysite.com / user. Well, we want to return index for that so that the SPA can process that it's on a route of that. So that's what we're going to do here. So we've got some other things that we need to add in to make some of these other things. This get MIME type here, we'll see that we've got no like file extension content provider is not found. If we look up here, static files is showing that it's missing. So we need to get that added into our environment, and we're going to steal that from our previous project. Right here, it should be add package this. .NET package add, I think is what it's called. .NET package add, bam. Nope. .NET add package? I can never remember this off the top of my head. There we go. If we look inside here, we get this is added in there now, and this utilities function should now have all of this. So the last thing that we need to do in the utilities is get MIME type, and that's so that we return the right type of content type in content type header in our response when we're doing the static file server. And by default, if we can't find a correct content type, MIME type, we return application octet stream. So that's kind of what these utilities provide for us, is just some centralized code for performing a lot of the core elements of this function, which we need to fix this here to be this. .utilities. All right. So going back to this, kind of the logic here is that it's going to get the file path using the request and the log. It's going to log information about the file path. It's going to create a response, and it's going to create a file stream with that file in it, and it's going to set the MIME type that we discovered, and then it's going to return a response. So that's what this function is going to do. Of course, it's not very useful without a www folder on there. So for the sake of testing, we're going to create one. First of all, I need to rename this to mexspaf. And I'm going to look at the other one here, and I'm going to cheat a little bit, and no. All right. Maybe not. So we're going to create this just to kind of demonstrate. We'll iterate through this. So www / preserve newest. I think this works. And then we're going to create a new folder, www. We're going to add this to getignore in here, which I'm going to copy in from the other. So basically, this is the same kind of like Visual Studio one, with the difference that I'm also going to be ignoring the www folder because we don't want to actually commit anything in www. It should be ephemeral. It should be built by that. New file, test.html and test. All right, so if I go here, go to and do deploy function app. Remote runtime is 1. Ooh, that's not good. Update remote runtime. How did that get set to 2? That's weird. So we're going to deploy this, then we're going to look at the function. Start streaming too, just to see some output from it. But I'm curious how that got set to 2. So I'm going to switch over to Firefox real quick and look at this. And look at application settings. And it did not set all of the application settings. That's suspicious. It means that the deployment didn't go all the way through. It's not good. Anyways, static file server is up here now. And double check VS Code right quick and make sure that when it published, www.test.html was included, so that's good. So going back to Firefox. Should be able to run get, add a parameter, file test.html, run. Unauthorized. Yeah, it can't be done while the authentication is intact. That's fine. What we'll do is get function URL, copy, duplicate tab, static file server. Now it's logged me in. It's not doing anything there, which is fine. And we're going to do into test.html. Make a file equal. My bad. There we go. So that's the static file server. It basically just serves up files in that www folder. And what we'll do is we'll actually get a the SPA publishing to that www folder, and then we'll do some other neat stuff. One thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to update this release pipeline to do completes. It's on here. Do a complete mode. Save. Okay. And we're going to do a new release. I'm going to see if I can apply the proper settings. For whatever reason, it didn't apply the configuration, application configuration settings, which is weird. Those should definitely be applied. We're gonna look at this here, refresh a little bit. Normally I do complete deployments anyways, so it could have been part of that. Let's see, let me see. Deployments. This is deploying now. It looks like it deployed stuff. But it still says that it's going. It's entertaining. Anyways, I'm going to take this moment here to take a quick break while this is deploying. Oh, it finished. Never mind. All right, let's just double check this real quick. Make sure that's good to go. So what we're looking for is to see if the application settings got set, and they're not getting set, which is not good at all. Because that sets the that's not good. That is not good. I don't know why that's not deploying. Right now it's not so bad because if we look at this, since this is the only thing that's got it open, let me just make sure. All right. Did I not commit the changes to that? Is that what happened? Let's see. No, they're there. Azure.org. Just looking at the Azure deploy. Yeah, app settings are here. Yeah, there should be a static files path, a debug enabled, a default page, and an ASDO API, along with all of this other stuff that's not getting set. And the functions extension wasn't getting set either, so we've got something strange going on with that. It might be because when I tested this out before, I added this after the fact. So we might have to actually move out the config app settings into a separate resource to fix it. Anyways, no extreme worries for right now. We don't need any of these things at the moment, so we should be fine. We'll update those in a second. So we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back in about 5 minutes or so. All right, I lied. Not quite 5 minutes, but whatever. So, as I said, the application settings aren't getting applied, so we need to kind of look at that right quick. And we're going to switch over to VS Code and make some changes in here. First of all, we're going to close this folder and open the top level folder for this and make some changes here. So what we're going to try to do here is create an app settings version of this. So I think it's config app settings. We'll see. It'll complain if it's wrong. No, that's not what I needed to change. App settings. There we go. We're going to move these around a bit. So I think what happens is when you define another resource like this, it screws it up. So what properties wants on this is it's a key value pair like this. So we're going to have to update all of these. I'm trying to think if there's some clever way to do that. I don't think there is. So just do this manually. I hate that. I hate doing things manually. Oh well. It's not too many. Unlike the other application, which had a ton of settings. This is a lot fewer, so it's not as painful to do. As I'm thinking about this, can you actually do? You can. Go to the end here. Scroll over. Oh. Anyways, do that. At least that'll get a start. Oh, this is grueling. I probably should have tested out deleting the resource and recreating it after I figured out how to do this just to make sure it worked. I know that it gets the client secret and client ID, so that part's good. So I know at least the easy auth settings are working. It's just the actual application settings which are not working. Almost there. Almost there. All right. So let's try this. Let's get rid of this app settings section. Kill that. Maybe. Mayhaps. All right. So we're just going to commit this and push it up. And then the Firefoxes can watch. This build should get triggered auto-magically. Actually, it might not have set it up for that. Triggers. Yes. That'll automatically trigger. It's not continuous integration if it's not running continuously, right? Like, my bad. We'll see if this fixes the application settings. My gut feeling is that it's going to blow up on the first try because I don't know what I'm doing, but we'll see. Why is this not getting auto-triggered? There it is. Well, position 5740, I mean, that's easy to tell, right? Like, we know where that's at. So I've got something, I basically got an extra curly brace inside the code there. Shocking. Oh. Okay, I see. Just slightly off. I'm sure that was position 1740. I hope it was. Track this down every single time. I could probably do the deployment manually from here, but I don't feel like it. I feel like using the CI/CD for this. And push. And hopefully I fixed the automatic trigger. Oh, it looks like that's working now. Good. True CI/CD. I could probably also edit the build while we're in here to start doing the .NET build pieces. So while we're waiting on that to run and fail probably again, let's edit this and a task. .NET Core, add, .NET Core, restore. So this is, I just want to use this It's going to be the only one in the project, but I don't care about the path to it. So that should be good. We'll do that one. We're going to add another .NET Core task to do the build. Same thing here. And then we're going to do another one to publish. And publish web projects, no. We're going to add an argument here though to do the configuration release, I believe is what I have in the other one. Just double check. Yeah. Let's just copy and paste this because that's exactly what we want to do. And I also, to the build one, need to set C release as well. So you could probably just do .NET Publish by itself. I like to do the restore, build, and publish in separate tasks. That way I can track the time on the build process and see if there's any kind of issues with just the build. Because restore can be very bursty depending on internet connectivity. And then publish can also be kind of weird too. So it's really hard to track how much time it's taking to build your project if you're lumping your restore, build, and publish all into a single task. So if you do the restore before the build and then the build before the publish, then you get those as discrete timelines in the build task, and it doesn't really cost you anything to do that. So that would be my preference. We're going to save this. And we're going to go to builds now. That finished. The release. That looks like that worked. Now let's see if it actually updated the application settings on here. Yes, it did. All right. So lesson learned here. Important lesson. Make sure that if you are using a config resource in your ARM template, that your app settings, or pretty much any of the other ones, need to be out into the as a separate resource as well, because it won't deploy them if they're part of the main site resource. Good to know. A little bit of wasted time there. Let's see, function extension version 2, function runtime.net. Good, we're solid there. And I'm just gonna double check that this is still returning test. Function host is not running. Well, that's entertaining. What's going on here? I might need to republish. Stop and then start. I would like to say that you can just restart on this, but my experience has been that restart is fairly useless. I'm not sure what it's doing on the back end, but it doesn't do what I would want it to do. Yeah, I don't have any functions published right now. That's fine. All right, we'll fix that in a bit. That's no big deal. Right now, we just wanted to get the underlying infrastructure working. Looks like it's good. So application settings look like they're there now. Let me just make sure that the authentication and authorization is still up and running. It is. We're good there. Awesome. So back to, oh man, I'm not even in the browser for you guys. My bad. My serious bad. Just to go back over that real quick. The Azure Functions here, it's not going to list any functions because we need to republish, but application settings, we're good to go there, and platform features, authentication, we're good to go there. So that underlying infrastructure issue is fixed. So we're going to switch back to VS Code here, close out this folder, and open up the API folder for it. All right, so the other API endpoint that we want to add is the me endpoint. This is not good. All right, I'm going to delete this. So the me endpoint is going to use the Graph API, Microsoft Graph API, to get the me information. And we're going to steal that from a previous project as well. We're going to adjust the namespace on this. So there's complaining about a couple things that we don't have in there yet, and that's fine. So the Graph API endpoint that we're going to hit is this graph.microsoft.com/view 1.0 me. And the resource that we're going to hit is graph.microsoft.com. I don't even think that this is, yeah, it is for the token identity. We'll get into this in just a second. This is a cool thing that I discovered that I really like. Let's go ahead and get that added in here. So if I look at this other project where I did this in, I've got Microsoft Azure Web Extension auth tokens. And I'm going to add this into this project as well. Try. I'm sure my syntax is wrong. Never seem to get the it's dash version. All right, so this adds in the Azure Web Jobs Extension auth tokens. So this is a really cool extension that's currently in preview beta, if you will. It's being put out by the Graph team, but it has a lot of utility. So what this does is it allows you to use the auth token that you're given to get auth tokens to other APIs when you have user impersonation enabled. And it does it automatically for you. And it does it in here by this token binding on the input. So Azure Functions bindings, there's a lot of cool ones, but this token binding is new, and it's part of this graph thing here. And you tell it what kind of identity to use. We're going to do user from request. There's a couple of other options that could be done there, such as like by username. This is a store that stores these, so you could use a previous user that's logged in to your application to do this. There's couple other things. Let's just look at the options here by doing dot on here. So it's client credentials. So it could use, a direct client credential login to an API, user from ID, user from request, and user from token. And we're going to use user from request. So you could pass a token into this, and then it would, transform into a token for the other one using the normal things that are available in the OAuth on Microsoft Online. You also have to pass a resource when using user from token, and that's this up here, is this graph.microsoft.com. And that gets passed in then as a graph token, and that's just a string that has the OAuth token in it. We're going to use that to use as the authorization bearer header when accessing the API endpoint. And we're going to kind of roll our own stuff here instead of reusing the graph .NET API, just because we're only going to be doing some really limited stuff here, so we don't need the full access to graph. But you notice there's all these red squigglies. That's because I copied and pasted this from the other project, and we have some models up here. And these models are going to be represented in here. So we're going to steal these models as well. We need API me response, graph me. Yep, those two. So we're going to steal those models. We're going to create a new folder here. Models. And copy these in. API me response. Graph me. We're going to adjust the namespace on these to reflect this project. So this should be fixed. So we have the web utility as well. We'll get to that. So before we go into that, we'll cover these models. So when you access the me endpoint, it provides some data. It doesn't provide all of this by default. It only provides a limited subset of it. But this model represents what is returned by the me endpoint, so that we can work with it as a .NET class instead of raw JSON. And then API me response is going to return a response. It's used for the response that we send back to the client. So there's a couple of options when you're using Ember for what kind of backend service you use. I decided to use the REST adapter. And the way that works is that when you have a model, for example, me, and we'll get to the models in the front end later, but when you have a model named me, you need to return a JSON object that basically has a me property on it with a list of me types inside of it, which has the actual data in it. And that will, Ember data will translate that auto-magically for you into the right model type inside of your application. So that's why our API is returning it in this fashion. So we'll return a me property that has a list of graph me's, which is just this. It's business name, business phone, display name, etc. So the one thing that's missing here is a web client. In my project where I pilfered this code from, we have a web client CS, so we're going to copy that into our utils as well. And we need to update some namespaces here. So what Web Client offers us is a static HTTP client object that's going to be used to make web calls. So a best practice for the HTTP client API in C# is to have a static one and use it for all of your calls to prevent port exhaustion. If you're constantly creating HTTP clients, it'll create new ones, and then it doesn't reuse ports, it doesn't reuse the all the cool stuff that's available at the lower layers of HTTP. So we want to make sure that we do that properly. So we create an HTTP client object, and then we basically reinvent the get rest async, get async on here. So basically this is going to make a get call against whatever API we pass in. One thing that I'm doing here is I'm also taking a caller member object type string. So this will return the calling method or class or whatever as a name for this string. And then if it doesn't have that, it'll do unknown. And the benefit of this is that we can get some tracking here. So what I do inside this is I create a source that is the caller and the name of this current function method rather that we're in. And that way we get some kind of tracing in the logs that's a little bit easier to see who called what, where, why. And other than that, we're taking in the string and the token. We create a bearer header for the authorization on this with that token. So that's that token that we're getting in from the token input binding. And so we're passing it on to the web clients, and it's creating a authorization bearer header. For good measure, we're creating a stopwatch, and we're going to print some times on how long each web request takes inside of our log. And we're also going to log metric on that as well, just so that we're getting decent reporting on our API calls. And that way we can kind of see like this remote API has been taking longer than another one or something like that. And then we're returning the response. So we're not doing anything extremely sexy in here. We're just basically wrapping the HTTP client and applying the header and logging how long it takes to do our response. So back to the me API that we're going to use, we have where it calls out to that API, the get rest sync with the endpoint URL, which we have up here, the graph token, which we've got in import, and then the log there. We then parse this as a graph me JSON object, and then we return an API object with a list of me graph me's. So nothing too sexy about this. It's a pretty basic way of just getting data from the Microsoft Graph me endpoints and returning it as a REST, I forget what they call it, but in Ember it's like REST adapter or something like that. But it's in that format. So now that we've got this piece done, we've got our static file server and our graph me on here, which is our two primary APIs we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and make a commit on this, but before I put it up here, I'm just going to make sure that it builds locally. So .NET build C release. Just make sure there's nothing funky left behind. We're good there. It's built. Everything's saved. It looks like it's got the right names and everything, so we're good to go. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and submit this, add all the changes that we made, which is a get ignore. We added a couple packages, the host.json. We actually have to make a change on that, I'm pretty sure. Do we have to do it now? Let's see. we don't have to make that right now. To be continued on that front. Yeah, so extensions. This is weird. Launch.json and VS Code. I actually don't want to. I'm fine with that. Whatever, we'll commit it. It's fine. It's not going to hurt anything. The Me API that we just covered, the static file API that we showed earlier, and the models for GraphMe and API Me response, and the web client and the utility. So basically all the work we've done on the API side of it. So we're gonna do add APIs for Me and static file server. So before we push that up there, we're actually going to work on getting the publishing piece of this set up in Azure DevOps. So we're going to go to our, so we don't need anything there, that should be fine. We do need the release to use as a guidance. So what's going to look like in here is we're going to add another task called deploy Azure App Service. Create new, not a new release, cancel, edit, come in here and add a new task. And this is, if I search for Azure Functions, it says update Azure Function, Windows Function. I think this is the same thing, right? Azure Function App Deploy. TE App Type Function App on Windows and Linux. I believe that's Windows. App name. Expa. And this should be in publish.zip. But I don't think this has all the stuff that I need. I remember trying this task before and it failed. So I'm going to stick with the non-preview task. Again, variations on a theme. Azure App Service Deploy. Azure Resource Manager, FTE. This is a Functions app on Windows. App name. This is going to come out of the Publish folder. And if I look at this other one, there's a couple of things that I had to set that I'm going to try this. Exactly, copy and paste this. Learn from my mistakes in the past. Transform, no. Additional options, here we go. Under additional options, select deployment method. I'm using web deploy, and that's because we have to rename lock files. If we don't do that, if we don't do the rename locked files, then in the past my experience has been that it fails 100% of the time to deploy a new function if the function has been accessed recently on a consumption plan. I've got several I think I've got about an hour's worth of troubleshooting on that on one of my previous uh, streams on this. So we're going to rename locked files to prevent us from clashing on there. Save this. So basically we're adding another step to deploy the application, Azure Functions application after it's built. And if we look at our build, we have the build definition already updated to do the .NET Restore, build, and publish pieces of it. So now we should be good to go to actually push our changes, and it should do the full gamut of so I not have the ability to do that. Push. And we should have another build queuing up here. So what it'll do is it'll do a .NET Restore, build, and publish. It's going to publish that to a publish folder in our drop artifact along with the config, and then the release will do both the Azure infrastructure deployment and the application deployment. So we've got a full CI/CD pipeline for the infrastructure and the application set up at this point, at least for the API phases, and not quite yet for the front end. And build's usually pretty quick. So it's a lot longer when we have to do npm install later. npm install takes an eternity. All right, so release should be auto-triggered now. We're gonna, there we go, it's pending, it's queued. And if we've done this right, it will do the Azure deployment again, which will be kind of a no-op because everything's already deployed. And then it'll do the application deployment. Hopefully that all works well, and we'll be able to look at the application when it's done and see the information coming back from the me endpoint. I'll probably have to log out and then or simulate a logout. So the Azure Functions Easy Auth, which I don't think we'll be able to see here without reloading, but it operates off of a cookie that it sends called the API session, and that session is what determines that you're logged in or not. And if you've been logged in for too long, the token gets stale. It's kind of a bug that I'm trying to figure out. So that didn't get done. Let me see what's in the actual build. Nope, not there. Let's look at the... there was no artifact? Where's the artifacts on this? It's weird. It's not showing the artifacts for this build. That's weird. If I go to the previous build, does it have the artifacts? Yeah. This build, no artifacts. And this says that it uploaded to drop. Uploaded 3 files. Oh, there it is. That's weird. Alright, drop, publish, API.zip. Alright, we'll fix that. It's the same one, right?
Our struggle as artists isn't about appeasing the crowd.
Yeah. API zip. Alright, we'll figure that out. In the release,
we create things as a reflection
edit.
of struggle. To study our perception of self.
Just change, replace this with API, save, S, new release, create release, the most recent one, go.
This all comes from an understanding that ideas aren't static, but fluid, like water. Be like water.
Just to double check the Azure function here, app at least. Keep this here and still none. That's weird. Oh, I see the problem. All right, try this again. Edit. There we go. Since I copied and pasted from the other release definition, it was not the right path. So while that's running, we'll go back into VS Code here, and we're going to close out of this one. Then we're going to open folder. We're going to open the top level folder for the project. We're going to go into the client folder. Can I open a terminal on that? And we're going to do Ember. So I've already installed the Ember CLI, which you can do with npm. So you need to install Node.js first, and then you need to do node install -g ember -cli. And that's like one of the first things they tell you when you go to the Ember website. So I've already done that. I've already got it installed. Uh, so I'm just going to use this to create a new project. But I forget what the command is. So I'm going to do Ember help to see what the command is. And it's really slow on my Windows box every single time I run it. And it's pretty clear to me that they've optimized the Ember CLI for non-Windows environments because there's several warnings about missing packages that tends to come up as well. And there we are. So Ember new, I believe it is, init. Yes. Yeah, no welcome. All right, so I need to do Ember init skip. Oh. Should be. Am I missing it? There's one to skip. Skip get Ember new creates a new directory and runs Ember init. Oh, there we go. All right, that's why. So Ember init, and then no welcome is what we want to do, and name. So no welcome, name, and we're going to call this mexspaf. And this will create the Ember application in here. So while that's playing, check this. This succeeded now, so let's double check the Azure functions and see if my me and static file function are listed. And if not, we've got some serious dysfunction going on here. Okay, good. So it's there. Double check this one. It should not do anything because the www folder is not missing here, so we're fine on that one. Let's see if me works. I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna get an error here. I did not even get an error, which is also troubling. Monitor. Go here actually. We're gonna look at the log stream. We're gonna reload that. Oh. API me is not the correct location. Yeah. XMS is the authentication not turned on? Double check. Platform features, application settings. That's there. Authentication, authorization. It looks like it's on. Good to go. All right. Oh no. Auth log out AAD. This is going to kick me out of all of the AAD sessions. In theory, except it didn't. Something's not right with that. Alright. To take you guys off screen here for a second while I look at this. Yeah, sure. Should be right. Client ID. I'm having to double check the settings of the application, which for whatever reason Azure has decided to show the client secret in plain text, so I can't share my screen while I'm troubleshooting that. Allowed token audiences. I think I might be missing something there. I need to look at another application for that. Because this is not going to go very far if the authentication piece is not working. So bear with me just a little bit longer here. No, that's all normal. Everything looks right to me. Still looking. App registrations. All apps. Yep. Looks normal to me. Alright. We can rejoin the living now on this one. Try this again. This is already like saying API me here. But nothing's happening. And the logs on that. Just try this again. Executed me. Error while accessing XMS token ID property doesn't exist. And I would expect nothing less if the authentication piece is not actually running. If I look at this one, get this one, run it, same thing. Yeah. So it returns nothing, which is fine for now. All right. And authentication says it's on. We're going to try turning it off and then on again because off save on. Well, let me save it again. Let's just go back to it. On. Logging with Azure Active Directory. Save. Auth.me. So I can't show this on the screen here, so it'll give away some secrets. So I've got to switch over here. I'm getting nothing back on the me. That's really weird. Something screwy with that. So what we can do is we can try axing it and rebuilding it. So I'm gonna go back here and go into this resource group, and it's basically delete the resource group and recreate it. Because we are baller like that. And to recreate it, it should be as simple as going back to this most recent release that I've done, release 7, and doing deploy on here. We can't do that until this is completed. So while that's loading, look at the Ember app, see what it did here. So in the client folder, it created a nice folder structure for us with a bunch of stuff in it. It's got its own git ignore. And again, like the folder structure that we're going for is config for the infrastructure configuration, and then source, API for the API layer, client for the client layer. Because again, this is a self-contained app, so the front end and the API layer live in the same application. But more importantly, right now, this Ember app created all of this, so we're good. There's a couple of things in here that are kind of interesting. It should be in components, controllers, config, environment.js. So this kind of determines what the root URL is, and we're going to leave that as /. That should be fine to help us navigate. The application name, or the module prefix rather, is mexspaf, so we're good there. But Ember's kind of cool. I have not really worked with an SPA framework before, so this was kind of my first, and it took me a good 2 weeks to learn it. So there's a couple of quick start guides out there, and what I found is that the Ember community could use some help with their quick start guides. They're great if you understand SPAs and you understand JavaScript. They're not great if you're coming from like a C# and a PowerShell and Python background. There was a lot of like holes I had to go and fill in that were not being explained to me very well. So it's a good opportunity there for somebody who's good at the beginner level documentation to help, because there's some large gaps to fill, especially since like you have to learn quite a bit in order to do an SPA. So anyways, the Deployment, the resource group should be all done now. We're good with that. We're going to redeploy the application, and that will rebuild our Azure environment as well as install the application on top of it, and hopefully the authentication is fixed. In the meantime, we're going to continue work on the Ember side of things. So I don't have any real need to redo the folder at the moment, and so I can kind of have everything in it when I'm working on Ember. It's not as picky as the Azure Functions stuff is. So what we're going to do here is first we're going to generate a I'm trying to think of what's the best way to start. There's actually something we need to do before all of this. So we need to add an adapter. And we're going to add in an application JS adapter. And this is going to use the /API namespace for everything on the REST adapter. And kind of set that as the default adapter for the application. The other thing that we need to do is the way that Ember data works is that it kind of selects the API based off of some magic. So let's say that you have a route that says, or a model that's called person. It will look for the people endpoint. I found that it doesn't work really well with me, so I had to manually define it. So we've got a me adapter here. And what this is doing, and I can actually get rid of this, is it's just going to say that the me endpoint is going to be me /API me instead of trying to like me's or whatever it was trying to get before. It's kind of strange. But anyways, what these adapters do is they basically define how the application is going to access the models that you're going to use inside of here. So these are kind of some preliminary things that we just have to get running. So let's double check our deployment here, and it blew up like crazy. So we've got the same thing. We're saying like the resource was not found, which is crazy. It should totally be found. So I've obviously got some kind of bug in my ARM template. We're going to redeploy. Last time we redeployed that fixed the problem. Back to VS Code while that's taking its time. And into Ember again. So these adapters are basically just helping Ember data figure out the right path to the API that it needs to get. And for me, it just needs to be told that it's going to go to the me endpoint under the /API namespace. And I'm going to look at some decent style things that we can add in that would be pretty neat to have in this project as well as my previous one. And they are, I'm just looking at my notes here. Ember Bootstrap nav link is one of them. And Ember SAS Bootstrap. Yeah. CLI SAS. And yeah. So we need to do Ember and help, because I can't remember the command for this. Should be like add-on install SAS. Oh, it's such a slow command. So Ember add-on name. Yep. That's weird. Generate a new folder structure. Nope. Build, generate, help, and hit install. That's it. Ember install. Save dev. Ember install SAS. So as I understand it, SAS is a way of doing and that's totally not working. It's great. So it's let me look at my Node.js. Already, it might already be installed in here. Packages.json. It is not. Ember install Ember SAS. I can't remember what the format is for these. I can probably just do the node install on it. Yeah. All right, we'll just do node install npm install Ember CLI SAS. I can't remember what the thing is for getting it in there. So npm install Ember CLI SAS. So anyway, SAS is a way of doing some cool stuff with CSS apparently, and kind of building it in a piecemeal fashion, I guess. I don't know. I'm so new to this whole SAS is in there, and then why is it not listed? That's weird. Ember CLI SAS, quickly merge, warn. But I don't see it listed, unless I'm just blind. Control F, SAS, no, Control F, SAS. It's the only one that's in there. That's weird. What's going on? Why are you not installing that? Requires a peer of Babel, whatever. Okay. Well, to Google we go, because I can't remember the command for it. So this says that it's installed properly. So we're just going to double check that right quick. Refresh. Mixbath. Mixbath. So we'll try this now. Duplicate tab. So it tried to log me in this time. That's good. Okay, good. There. So the Me API is working. It logged me in. It's pulling information from the Graph API. So we're good to go on that one. So this is what the format of this looks like in what gets sent back by our API. So nothing too grandiose there, but it is like basically handling our auth token for us and creating one for the graph based on what we're logged in with. So that's awesome. And now we're gonna look up Ember install Ember CLI SaaS is what they're saying to do. So we'll give that a shot. That's looking better. There's certain things you can install with npm and certain things you have to install with the Ember CLI. I'm not quite sure what the difference is because this is all, Greek to me at this point still. We've got SaaS in there. We've got Ember CLI SaaS, and the other thing that we want to add in is Ember SaaS Bootstrap. I don't know if I can actually do Ember install on this one, but we'll try Ember SaaS Bootstrap. And this will add the Bootstrap style sheets into the project, and I guess that's the stuff that Twitter uses for their style, I guess. Anyways, there's like this huge thing on Bootstrap. There's a lot of really neat styles that can be applied to things. I only learned about it through the Ember guides. So that's installed. And then the other thing that we want to install is the Ember Bootstrap Navlink, which is something that was also part of the tutorial I took. And this just makes using navlinks a little bit easier inside the handlebar pages, which we'll see. So these packages are just kind of getting us ready to go. So that's there. So now that we've installed this, we have to actually rename app CSS to app SCSS in here to use the SaaS CSS thing. And I'm just going to copy and paste what I've stolen from the other project. And this basically enables certain pieces of the Bootstrap style sheets so that you're not getting the whole thing. Uh, I made the mistake, and the tutorial I was taking said to like just basically install Ember Bootstrap. That's good. And I was like, okay, tutorials telling me to do this, it can't be fine. It can't be too bad, except for the fact that like the resulting style sheet in JSS that it needs to download is like several megs, making the page load time really slow. And I definitely didn't need all that because I was using like maybe 1/10 of it. Not even like maybe 3% of it. So I went through and I found the exact pieces that I was using and kind of carved those out in here so that we can have a faster load time without the entire bootstrap being loaded, which is rather massive. So we've got that out of the way. I'm going to go ahead and do a commit at this point with kind of the baseline Ember app in there. So we've got our adapter, we've got kind of this um, bootstrap being set up. We're good to do some JavaScript coding now, I guess. The thing that we need is we need a good index. So I'm going to steal the index from my other project. So first thing is this applications handlebar, which is like welcome to Ember. Not extremely useful. But I guess before I do that, I'm going to just get the Ember page up and running on the static site before we go too far into all of this. What we can do is in the API, we need to make some changes to this. We can get rid of this. We no longer needed this. This was just for troubleshooting. But we do need to add some other settings in here. So we're going to add, in between these item groups here, we're going to add some targets. This var dump's just going to show the published directory, whatever we're publishing to, and then the Ember build's going to run, and it's going to basically do a silent build. And it's going to publish to the published directory www, and that's going to ensure that we can kind of do a single publish action that'll do both the Ember build and this. So if I actually go into API and do .NET dash .NET publish C release, so it's running the Ember build now. Ember build takes a little bit to run. It's kind of a slow process. I'm going to go ahead and stage this change. Single build for front end and API. And if we look at the bin publish, bin release, publish, or I guess we'll just publish directories here. We'll see that there's a www folder that was added. And if we look underneath it, there is the output of the Ember build that's there. So now when we do this, we can actually have the static file server actually doing something of value. So we'll start with that by going to the build pipeline here and adding some more steps in. So we're going to edit this, and we're going to add an npm task. Move this up here. npm install command install working directory is going to be source. Copy this, but we'll change it here. Source client, and we also need to add another task of npm to install Ember. Command custom working folder source client, and the command is install/g Ember CLI. So this will install this will do an npm install, which will basically install all of the things that we need for the JavaScript build, so we're not being bogged down by that during the .NET build and publish phases. And then also installing the Ember CLI into the environment that we're in. Both of these tasks take more time to do, but now we've got a single build process for both the front end and the API, along with a single chain for the entire deployment of it. So we'll go ahead and deploy the app by pushing our changes. We go back to VS Code. And we go to here and we go to push. We go back to Firefox. Our build is queued up here. And while it's doing that, I'm going to prep what we need to actually do here. We need to get this function URI. Copy it here, and then so there's nothing showing up here now. I just want to highlight that. build is still running. The npm install significantly increases the amount of time because there's a lot of dependencies to install. I think while that's loading, we'll kind of continue on with some of the work that we need to do on the Ember project itself. So now we've got like a unified build for the front end and the back end, but we need kind of a more meaningful front end. The code for that is going to be kind of simple. The applications.hbs rather is the handlebars template for the application. So basically, this will show up on every single page. And we kind of want something that looks a little better. So I'm going to copy in something from my other project and then modify it. Let's get that up here. So I paste this in here and we're going to modify some things. So I'm going to say this mech spaff. That's what we've been calling it. This kind of like goes into our things so far. I don't need all of these in here. Drop down APIs is fine. We'll leave that in there and kind of get rid of these ones. And so there's a couple things that we have in this handlebars. So first of all, it's going to create kind of a nav bar at the top of all of the pages that'll have all of our routes in it. And the first one that we have is the index route. The other thing we're going to have is a drop down that has a list of our direct APIs to call. And the first one we're starting with is API me, which is what we've been demoing so far. And then we also have a couple of things for managing the session, such as refreshing the login, logging out the application, and logging out of Azure AD altogether. So those kinds of things are kind of important to have. But we can't really do anything without some other changes to the API piece. So inside our API, we've got this. We're going to add a function in here called logout that we're going to steal from the other project as well. Again, with this, we're going to adjust the namespaces on this. This logout endpoint is pretty simple. All it's going to do is kill the application app service auth session, which is what the easy auth uses to determine the session that you're in. It's basically going to delete that cookie, which logs you out of the application that you're logged into, and then it redirects to dev.azure.com. So this is kind of an application logout. If we go back to our handlebars for the application, this right here is what calls that. We also need to make a couple of other things. We need to create some proxies on our API backend as well. So we need to use Azure Functions proxies to kind of say that, hey, if you're going to anything other than /API, you need to call the static file server because we want slash to give index. We want slash home or slash uh, me or whatever to go to the SPA and return that route's information and work with that model and all that kind of stuff there. So to kind of accommodate that, we're going to add some proxies in as well. So I'm going to copy in a proxies file in here. And what this is going to do is going to do a couple things. So the /path, anything / is going to go to the static file server with file equal path. So that's how we're going to get around that whole like manually entering the path thing. Let's see if the deployment has completed real quick, and then we can kind of come back to this and make a little bit more sense what I'm speaking about here. So the release looks like it was good. So let's try this. Probably has to wake up the function there. Let's go. This might not work properly with the paths not in place. Let's go down here, look at the logs. It says that it returned it, but there's nothing there. It's probably because it's all, well, it did that. It just couldn't grab anything else because assets doesn't work, so all the paths are messed up. So this doesn't work, but this is the HTML that it gave us. It's the index.html. And this is exactly what I'm talking about in the proxies, right? So we need assets to go to this. We need, pretty much all these paths that are in here to go to the SPA and pull from the static file server to get those. So to fix that, we need these Azure function proxies in here. And that's pretty much what these two are doing. They're saying, hey, by default, go to the static file server and do that. Otherwise, if you're going to API path or you're going to API path something else, go to these URIs. We also need to make a slight change to our host.json in that we need to update the path that is used. So I'm just going to replace that there. So basically we're saying the HTTP route prefix is going to be API for this. And that's just to ensure that it's not trying to correct itself on that. We really do mean that /API is going to be the Azure function is called, and everything else is going to go to the static file server. So we've got kind of this scaffolding built with this applications handlebars set with basically doing a raw link to the me API and a new logout API added to the API layer, and then some Azure function proxies in to handle the static file server properly as well as the API, and then some updates to the host. So just to say that the default route prefix is API in case there was any confusion. So we're going to update this with add all these in. What? Proxies. I accidentally screwed that up. Hold on. proxies. Anyways, I accidentally messed that up, but that's all right. All right, so this should give us, once it completes, a rudimentary, fully encapsulated single page application running on Azure Functions. So we're going to go back to the build process here. And I really fucked up that one. So while this build's running, talk a little bit about the Ember application in a little bit more detail. So we created that kind of base application. It's kind of hard to talk about this without being able to show it off in the screen, but the gist of what's happening is that we've got a page that has a navigation bar, but it's not really that great, right? It doesn't really do anything for us. We can go directly to the API, but that's not really useful. You saw that before. It's just, you know, the raw JSON that gets turned back and the properties there. So we need to actually play with the route a little bit. So we're going to add a model and a route to our project here. So for the model, we're going to add a me model. And this me model very much echoes what we have in the API side. So if we look at this business phone, display name, given name, job title, if we look in the API and we look at its models, the GraphMe has very much similar stuff. So this is the front end model of the back end model. And they're all strings, so nothing really entertaining there, except for business phones, which happens to be a object itself. And so that's all we're doing. So basically defining this model called the me model, but we need to actually access it somehow. So we're going to add a route in, and routes allow you to basically, like, we're going to add a me route. And that means that if I go to /me on the site, it's going to give me information on the, it's going to basically parse that me API and provide it in some kind of form. So we need the model first, and then we need a route to actually process that model when it's done. That's wrong. Path to routes. So what this so what this is doing is a couple of things. First of all, the model is set on this to return all of the me models that it has, and that's Ember Data's way of saying, hey, go out and get, go to this endpoint and grab all and return that, and I'm going to store that data. And then also what we have here is some error handling. So when any error happens, we're going to try to re-log in. And that's because there's no elegant way right now. There's some, I want to call them bugs, in the auth token piece of the Azure Functions. So in here, this token right here, if you have been sitting on the API for a while and you haven't logged out and logged back in, the session is still active and Azure Functions lets you access it, but this token doesn't try to refresh the token. It just tries using the base token that's in its token store, and then it fails. Kind of a complex thing. Um, so instead of trying to figure that out on the back end manually on the front end, I'm just saying, hey, if you run into an error accessing this, try to log in again. And maybe that results in a login loop. I haven't ran into it myself. It definitely would if the API is messed up. But we've already ensured that the API is working, so we're good on that. I think this is okay solution for now. Obviously, I could probably parse the error and find out what was going in and make sure that we're only redirecting during certain kinds of errors. But the problem is that the error that you get from Azure Functions right now is just a general 500. It's not extremely helpful. So it could be any error, but it's really a login error is what it is. So we're just going to have to treat this as okay for now and put that as a thing to do later. So now that we've got our model and our route, we need to also have a template. So this is the view portion of what needs to be done. So under templates, we're going to add in the me template. So it's going to be very simple. It displays the first name, the last name, the display name, and the user principal name of the person who's logged in. And it's going to show it as, all this. So basically what this is like, when you first access this template, the model gets called first. The route gets called first, which calls into the model and grabs all the models. So the one it does here is it loops through each model and shows you the given name, surname, display name, user principal name. Now, there's only one user that's logged in, so I could simplify this a little bit, but I figure why not? Like, in the case that for somehow there could be two people logged in at once, I might have a multiple personality disorder or something like that. We might as well fix that. So we might be able to see now in Firefox what we were trying to show before. We're going to reconnect here. And now if I go to just slash here, I should get a welcome page in theory. Site under construction is what it says there. Is the deployment still underway? Is that what's going on? No? That's entertaining. Service is unavailable. Let's probably need to stop and restart this. It's not showing the proxies. It's weird. Did those not get committed? Oh, but I know what's up. Builds. Base web app. No, it's there. Did I not push? Quite possible I did not push. No, it's up to date. So, that's odd. Let's look at the uh, what's that? Artifacts drop. I'm just gonna save this and open it up real quick. Nope. For whatever reason, it did not copy in the proxies. Ah, I bet you it's not in my all right, let's look at VS Code. All right, so going back here to, so we added this proxies.json, but we did not add anything here to actually copy that over. So proxies. We'll add that in first before we go through with the rest. So yep, we're just making sure the proxies gets copied in on that. It's very important to the app to run properly. So while that's running, I need to step away for a quick second, get some more to drink, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. That's still building. Of course, it takes quite a while, but going back to our code here, we're pretty much ready to submit this. Before I push it up, though, I'll want to show you what it looks like before we get this. So we basically got this me model that has all the properties on it, the me route, which loads the me model, which we defined earlier as having this adapter. So this me adapter is going to make sure that we go to API me. And then we also have the error action, which is going to redirect to the easy auth login, which will force the login session restart, which reforces the token, which is the cause of most errors on this kind of endpoint. And then we have a very simple table that gets created and has the information about the user, the first name, last name, display name, and user principal name. So we're just going to have to wait for the build and release here to finish. And while it's doing that, we're going to go back into VS Code real quick and commit these changes, but we're not going to push them yet. So that's your model view, and yeah, your model and your view and your code, right? Your backend for it, control, kind of. There is some other things in Ember, like you can do controllers for each route that'll load. You can create some reusable components, which I think I'm missing a component actually. I need to add in a component. Um, maybe not. We'll double check real quick in the other project. Nope, no components. Did I ever rename this? I did. Yeah, it's good. Just making sure everything matches up in my notes. What's this do? Ah, so this is needed. Uh, Underneath the app folder, I need to add a new folder called serializers. And in here I need to add an application.js. So what this does is it says that we're going to use the REST serializer as the default serializer. In the newer versions of Ember, it uses the JSON API serializer, and we want to make sure that we're using the REST serializer because I want to kind of do it this older way. The JSON API was a little cumbersome for what we needed here, so this is just a little more lightweight. So we're going to add this into this as well. So let's check on the build and release and see where they're at. Looks like the build completed and release is underway. This is going to take just a little bit, so go back into VS Code while we're waiting on that and get our commit added. But we won't push it just yet. We'll wait till this finishes. Actually, it shouldn't affect this. I'm going to go ahead and push it now that the build is out of the way. I just didn't want it canceling the existing build. We're going to push this up. It's doing the application deployment. It's already done the Azure deployment. So that's there. Now I should have some proxies, hopefully. Yes. So there's some proxies defined. Those were in our proxies thing. So now our proxies.json. So now we should be able to go here and do this, and we should get a default site. That's a good sign. The title's there. And there we go. So this is kind of the base page that I was talking about. There's a me API we can go to, and that gives us, that, but that's not extremely useful. There's a home page, and we've got some logout stuff, which isn't going to work because there was a missing route there, which is fixed now. So we should be fine. I guess one thing that we can fix is that while we're waiting for this to show up, we can go back to VS Code here. We're going to go to the application handlebars here, and we're going to add another link here to the me route. Very simple addition. Basically, this nav link to is what we added before with, what was it, Ember install bootstrap nav link. It makes it really easy to use this nav link to syntax to link to a route, and it looks good in the bootstrap CSS. So we're just going to add an about me link to the me route. Very simple change there that'll be quite apparent. So add about me nav link, commit this. We should have a build and release already in progress on here. This build is in progress. Ugh, so slow. I don't want to. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and interrupt it. That's fine. Just for reference, on this right here, see how we have the home page, we have a link to home, and we have direct APIs. In between home and direct APIs, there will now be an about me link, and that'll show up in there. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna push the commit that we already did locally up to the server, and that should kill the existing build, I think. Mayhaps. We shall see. Or it could just queue it behind it. That's fine. We'll be able to see the intermediate stage then. That's good. Come on, .NET build. So npm install takes the longest time, and then also the .NET publish does, and that's because Ember build takes a long time. I think, though I haven't tested it, this might be a little bit faster if I used the Linux hosted agent instead of a Windows hosted agent. But I'm not exactly certain on that. Still relatively quick there. So now we should be on to the release phase. Just have to move back and forth. I've definitely learned my lesson with this. It seems like it's a waste of time to get the infrastructure pipeline up and running and then the actual application pipeline up and running. It seems like, let me just code, let me just code, let me just code. But my experience has been that if I can get these pipelines up before I start coding, before I start adding code in there, then I can iterate much faster. I can find the errors much faster. I can make changes faster. So it's a little bit of front-loading effort that seems kind of wasted. And then I've also found that if you try to create the Azure infrastructure from the GUI and then move to infrastructure as code, you're going to have a bad time. Like, uh, sure, you could sit there and make your ARM templates look exactly like the infrastructure that's out there and not suffer any kind of pain in that. Um, but the reality is that it just isn't a smooth process for anyone. Wow, waiting for a running job to finish. Oh, it's the build that's running on here. That's fine. Um, in any case, getting your full CI/CD pipeline for the infrastructure and the application up and running um, really helps. If I want to make a change to the infrastructure, I can do it from infrastructure as code standpoint and add more key vaults or whatever I want into it, um, and then update my code. And my pipeline will be able to just, make that happen for me. And I don't have to go through the hassle of like going through the GUI, doing that, and then, oh, I don't have the right things here. I need to double check that there. It's much faster in my opinion. So if you can, spend the time front loading the effort on getting your uh, infrastructure and application pipelines fully running. Close out all these. Just focus on the one. Again, I've got all of this code available here that I've been updating live. So on my GitHub page, Azure Functions SPA. So you can kind of see what I've been working with here. I like how the second build was able to pick up faster than the release triggered off of the first build. That's an interesting thing to note. So while this is kind of taking its time here, just some takeaways from things I learned about this project. The auth token binding for Azure Functions is still very much beta. It has some quirks that aren't documented, and when I looked at the source code, I couldn't even figure out why they were happening. And I've kind of mentioned this one, that if I stay logged into this for a long time, like I have now, like I think I might actually be hitting the limits on this. But if I try to access an API, let's see if I can do it. No, it's still seeing me as a fresh enough session. The easy auth on Azure Functions keeps you logged into the Azure Functions application, but the auth token will expire, and it doesn't automatically update that unless you initiate an AD login. And the token binding provided by the Graph team doesn't check to see if the existing token is expired. And the way that they're doing this, basically, they're taking the token that's in the token store and going and doing the token with the token um, auth method. So it's kind of like if you have a application that has access to an endpoint, you can take an existing token and use it to get a new token for the endpoint that you're trying to target. So you log into the Azure Functions API to that application, and thanks for the follow. It's Tem Temis Sports Pro Deep. Okay, that's as best as I'm going to get it. Salutations to you as well. Um, in any case, the it doesn't check to see that that's expired, so you get like a 500 error, which is unfortunate. The other things I learned is that the other thing that's interesting to note that this is that there is an undocumented way of getting a redirect on the easy auth when you do a login or logout, and I'll switch to VS Code right quick to show this. So this post login redirect URL, I need to learn Azure. Everyone needs to learn Azure. Everyone needs to learn some clouds. You only need to learn Azure if Azure is the cloud of choice for your career path or your current employer, I think. Uh, but yes. You need to learn some cloud though. Oh yeah? Interning for who? Microsoft or Azure specifically? Which team? I uh I work for LinkedIn, so I'm technically a Microsoft full-time employee, so I'm just curious if you're going to be working with anybody I know. Um, but yeah, so this is kind of undocumented. This post login redirect URL and post logout redirect URI. And yes, this one is URL and this one is URI. Uh, they're not documented as far as I could tell. I couldn't find anything on them. Microsoft Azure Storage. Oh, nice. Well, that'll be fun. That's a hell of a thing to intern on. That's uh that's fantastic. Way to go. Congrats. Um so that wasn't documented. I had to figure that out. I was able to dig it out of some posts. I think it was Stack Overflow. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was somewhere else, somebody's blog or something. Uh but yeah, so the whole login situation for the easy auth is a little shaky. It's a little weird. It's a little awkward, and it's a little not well documented at the moment, but really powerful for this. So switching back to Firefox, look at now we should be able to update this, and it should again put an about me between the home and direct APIs here. Hopefully. And no, instead everything's more broken. What did I do? Well, that's not good. Let's. I don't know if it'll show up here. I'm gonna look at my Ember thing. Routes. It does not see the route for me. Awesome. Yeah, LinkedIn Food is awesome. So I I was, I'm from the Dallas, Texas area, and I always like looked at these companies out in the Bay Area, and I was like, who cares about your food? Like, what? Why are you getting that? That's quit being spoiled. And then I get hired by LinkedIn. I'm like, I don't think that I could work for a company that doesn't give me free food all the time. It's so weird. Like, it builds loyalty into you, and I've saved insane amounts of money by eating breakfast and lunch there every day. It's fantastic. and the food is very good. No complaints about the food ever. Well, you know what? If you have an internship for next summer, reach out to me and I'll get you involved in our internship program. And you can come intern at LinkedIn and get free food. So how about them apples, right? Okay, so it's saying that the route doesn't exist, but I'm pretty sure it's there. Route me. It's there. The model's there. Um, the template is there. Huh. This is really strange. Let me do an Ember build here and see if there's any thing that it throws out. I have it set to silent on the .NET. Oh, that's sad. What yeah, node modules appears to be empty. Well, that's, oh, I need to change to the clients folder. There we go. Yeah, I don't know that it's that easy to switch between Microsoft and LinkedIn. They operate separately. They have their own hiring practices. And I'm pretty sure that if I wanted to switch over to the Microsoft side of the house, that I'd pretty much have to go through interview and transition. The thing though is that both companies are very much interested in your growth as an individual, and I think that either company would be less hesitant about losing you to the other than they would be to losing you to a competitor or something else, some other company that might not even be in the same thing. So it's building fine. Let me look at my, that's so weird. It's saying that the route doesn't even exist, which is why the why it doesn't get there, but I see it in the routes folder. It's the only route that's there. I've got the model there. That's there. I've got the template. That's there. Is there something else I'm missing? Shouldn't be missing anything. Oh yeah? FAS, is that functions as a service? Is that what we're using for that? Um, yeah, serverless is awesome, and you found a good stream if that's what you're interested in, because this one's about doing a self-contained, fully serverless application with a Ember-based front-end SPA and Azure Functions API. All of it served in Azure Functions, so we get all that nice scaly goodness out of the box. Styles, nope. Serialized routes, models, helpers, nope. Controllers, nope. Components, nope. Adapter, nope. Adapter me. What I may have to do is update. So one thing that I did in the other one is in my config environment, I changed this to have nothing in the root So mayhaps that is something that I need to do. No, um, I don't think it's annoying at all. Uh, but maybe whatever you feel, man. All right, so I'm really unsure that that's gonna fix my problems, but and I can't really show it in here because I don't have a way to do that. But the page is failing here because of basically Ember doesn't see um, the route existing, which it clearly does in my code. Works fine on my machine. Actually, that's a good thing. Maybe I can do that. Let's go to here, and one of the tools that Ember CLI provides is Ember Serve, or Ember Server. Nice. I haven't been as active on GitHub lately as I was in the past, but I started getting into issues where some of the code I'm working on is ambiguously not open source. So we got to get that cleared up at my place of employment first before I start posting a whole bunch of it. So anyways, this produced a URL that we can go and look at. And it's just the same there. So something is thoroughly screwed. So let's look at this. In the applications handlebar, just make sure there's nothing weird going on in that one. It's the adapter, templates, application. Nav to me. That's like definitely there. Basically, this is what I had in the other one. Route. Me? Looks good. I'm not getting any errors from it. Models. Me? And adapters. This adapter folder's in the wrong spot. I don't know if that fixes anything. We'll see. It's adapters. See if that looks any better. Nope, still not any better. All right, well, something's obviously amiss here because my route's there. My model's there, adapter's there, controller's there. Serializer's there. Ah, I know why. I manually copied this over and I didn't update the router. Huh, that's fun. Yeah, usually I do Ember generate to actually create the route, and this does that for me. And because I was copy and pasting the route, uh, it's not there. So there we go. So this looks better. And in VS Code, this is what I've changed here. I just basically in my router.js added the route me, and now we're good to go. So this should work when I fix this mess. So we'll push this up. And on Firefox. Hopefully this will be the tail end of what we need to do to get just a minimum viable product of a working front-end API, all-encompassed single-page application served up by Azure Functions. I'm going to stop the Ember server while we're doing that just to... No? Control C. There we go. Close that out. So there's some things, some fun things that could be done. So I could use Ember data and set a different model for when I'm testing locally that produces some fake data, so that I don't need to actually access the API. And that would be kind of interesting for just at least seeing what it looks like. I haven't gotten that far into it. I honestly don't know how to write unit tests for any of the JavaScript code yet, so that's on my like long-term to-do list. Like unit testing is pretty important. I still have not spent enough time writing tests for Azure Functions. I definitely should be doing that. So that's also on the roadmap for maybe making a bit easier. I can probably write the unit tests for the C# code, at least for some of it. We'll see. I'm kind of shocked that npm install only took 53 seconds. That's like 2 minutes less than all the previous builds on this. Unless they started implementing some kind of caching I don't know about. That's kind of cool. Almost there. Again, this page should get fixed. We should see all of the options here instead of just home if we do this properly. So if you're a Linux person and you're used to the Java, Python, Gradle kind of build stack, then you'd fit right in at LinkedIn, that's for sure. And from what I understand, a fair amount of the Microsoft side is also kind of not exactly Windows users. There's a fair amount of Mac and Linux users there as well. Uh, what I'm doing is fairly cross-platform. In theory, I could be running all of this on a Linux box. I could be using a Linux build agent in Azure DevOps because .NET Core is cross-platform. I'm not using any Windows platform specifics in this. And Ember is mostly cross-platform with the exception of some of the dependencies not working on Windows around file system events. But yeah, Whizzle, man. Windows subsystem for Linux. It's pretty awesome. I don't know that it's a I don't really feel like it's a good substitute for full-on Linux, but it's close. It gives you that. It's yeah. You know, I think most development is not bad. Like it's very much interchangeable. I uh I come from a mixed background of platforms, and I actually did way more time in the trenches with Linux and FreeBSD before I ever started touching the Windows side of the house. Um, and my experience has been that development in both is comparable. Although I feel like a lot of the GUI tools for IDEs on Windows are superior than what's available for Mac and Linux, but that's preference, not really anything else. If you're using VS Code, then it doesn't matter. But um, I think that even Eclipse on Windows is better than Eclipse on Mac and Linux. Almost there. Sublime and Vim. If you're using C Sharp, Visual Studio Code, I love Visual Studio Code. I don't like Visual Studio for C Sharp, but Visual Studio Code is freaking awesome. All right, so moment of truth. Uh, did this fix our problems? C Sharp is basically a better Java. I think that Java developers would fight you on that one. Awesome. So now we see the correct things here. So this direct API, we'll open another tab here just to show. And this is what I was talking about. So if I go to About Me, it's going to redirect me now because it failed it. And now if I do this, it's actually good. So this is our end goal here. We finally got here. Hooray! We've got a front end up. It's got a Me endpoint on it that's showing you some details here. The back end of it is this Me API. All of it is served out of this single Azure Functions application, static file server, serving up files out of the www folder that's on the system. We'll kind of show this in the log here. It's easier to see what's going on. So if I go here and here, you can see that it served up all the files out of our www folder. That's part of our Ember build. So we've got unified build, we've got a CI/CD pipeline end-to-end for this. Does the Azure infrastructure and the application. So it's all very self-contained, very tight, and a nice CI/CD pipeline for all of it. And that's pretty much it for this stream. Kind of covered as far as I wanted to get in this one. For part 2 of this, I'm going to look at expanding this out into the Azure DevOps API, kind of showing how you can use Azure Functions, Azure API middleware for both the Azure Graph, Microsoft Graph, and the Azure DevOps APIs, and kind of pull in data from multiple places and still have a single self-contained Azure Functions serverless application, single page application, all good, using Ember, Azure Functions, all that good stuff. In any case, thanks for watching, and I hope to see you back. And for those of you watching the video on demand, try to catch me when I'm streaming live. That'd be great. But that's it for now. Appreciate you.